Olá a todos. Eu não sei onde estão todos.
In the next 5 minutes or so before we start the keynote, but we've already waited a little while, so I think we'll get started and yeah, get things going. A quick note, if you need headphones for the translation and you don't have them yet, you can get them from the back there. I think most people here do already. But yes, welcome to the 14th edition of the Experimental Archaeology Conference, which is run in collaboration every 2 years with EXARC and a host institution. So thank you very much to the Federal University of Paraná for hosting this wonderful conference this year. And it's I was not expecting the live translation, so I'm very impressed by that. I just thought I'd give a quick introduction to EXARC. My name is Mathilde Siebrecht. I am the director of EXARC currently. And yeah, for those who are not sure what EXARC is, it is the International Thank you, volunteer running off. It is the International Society for Experimental Archaeology and Open Air Museums. So we're not just focused on technology and experiments, we also have a lot of members who are involved in some way in museum practice, in heritage interpretation, for example, through reenactment and that kind of thing. So yeah, we have a lot of variety and diversity in our members. The thing's gone, but that's fine. It's just a picture of EXARC anyway. We have currently 400 members across the world in lots of different countries, and I'm very happy to see people from all sorts of different places here today, traveling from across the world, so thank you for coming here. We have individual members who are, for example, professional researchers. They work at universities, who work at museums, reenactors, as I mentioned before, but also a lot of professional craftspeople who join EXARC to offer their insight into technologies and things. We also have institutional members, for example, museums and universities and historical associations. So that's a little bit of a background to EXARC. It was founded, by the way, I should say, in 2001, so 24 years ago. And yeah, can we get it? Yeah, no worries. it's getting there. So yeah, I also just wanted to share this screen because EXARC is a virtual community. We are based in the Netherlands. Our office is in the Netherlands, even though I live in Germany as the director. But all of our members come from all over the world, which is really nice. We do have an online community, which is our Discord server, which you can find. Sort of see the address down there, www.exarc.org. If you just search for EXARC, you'll be able to find it. And that has all the information about how to join the Discord. And the Discord is an excellent place if you want to just test the waters and see what EXARC is, meet our members, become part of the community without actually buying the membership yet, although of course please do become a member if you would like to. I would really recommend checking out the Discord. We also have all of our working groups there. So we have a textiles working group, archaeological science, reenactment, Roman experimental archaeology, digitalization, communication and education, and building practices. So there's a lot of different groups on there, a lot of different people. The conference is also being hosted online on the Discord. Thank you to the amazing collaboration with our team here. We have managed to set it up so that it is all being live streamed to the Discord server for our online participants. So we have a lot of people on there at the moment. Hello, if you're watching. And I also want to say a really big thank you to the EXARC volunteers, without who this would not be possible. So Josephine Bersey and Libba, I can't say her last name, but you know who I mean, Libba, and Ari Ibsen, who are our wonderful team behind the scenes. They will be helping to moderate the sessions, and they have prepared all of the online videos that you will be seeing today, making sure they have subtitles, etc. So thank you to our team. I will hand over to João Carlos Moreno de Souza, who will explain more about the conference and how it's all going to work and everything.
Thank you, Matilda. Eu vou falar em português, porque afinal a conferência está sendo realizada no Brasil, né, e eu acho mais do que justo que em uma conferência realizada no Brasil, o idioma nativo seja possível de ser falado, né? Bom, boa tarde, pessoal. Sejam bem-vindos à 14ª edição da Experimental Archaeology Conference, a conferência de arqueologia experimental. Eu fiz um pequeno textinho aqui, pessoal, porque senão eu vou acabar esquecendo de tudo que eu ia falar. Aqueles que vêm de fora, né, de outros países, bem-vindos ao Brasil. Não sei se é a primeira vez que vocês vêm ao Brasil, mas venham mais vezes. A gente tem muita coisa legal para vocês verem por aqui. Antes de mais nada, eu queria lembrar que houveram algumas mudanças de última hora no evento. Né? Todos aqueles com inscrição antecipada receberam todos os informes, mas infelizmente não tem como a gente informar aqueles que acabaram se inscrevendo só hoje presencialmente sobre essas mudanças. Tá, mas graças à nossa equipe de voluntários, né, acho que tudo foi resolvido. Qualquer dúvida também é só procurar nossa equipe. Peço desculpas pelo
I'd like to
atraso dos
apologize
materiais de
for the
credenciamento,
delays
né, que
in
infelizmente
the
algumas coisas
registration
acabam
materials.
fugindo um pouco.
Sometimes some things
Essa daí é uma delas, né, mas eu
go
prometo que
beyond
até
our control. That was one of them, but I
se a gente
promise
não
that
tiver
by
nenhum problema no
Wednesday,
transporte, os
if
brindes
there
de
are
vocês
no
já estarão todos
transportation issues, the gift bag
aqui.
will
Dito
be
isso,
here.
essa é a primeira
Having said
vez
that, this is the
que esse
first time that
evento
this
é realizado
event
no Brasil.
is happening in Brazil.
É a primeira
It's
edição
the
realizada
first
fora da
edition
Europa.
happening
E
outside of
eu
Europe,
espero
and I just hope that shortly we will have more institutions interested in hosting this congress, this event.
a realização desse congresso no Brasil, ele é
The
fruto
accomplishment of this event in Brazil
desde a edição
is
de
the
2020,
fruit of our labors that started in 2020, if I'm not mistaken.
for Brazilian to host the event. Em 2020,
In 2020,
de maneira online,
it
esse
happened
evento da pandemia.
entirely online due to the pandemic, but since then,
Da EXARC para que esse
we've
evento
seen a movement by EXARC members that this event could happen
nos países da Europa,
outside of Europe,
tornando a EXARC
turning EXARC into
uma sociedade científica mais
a more,
ainda mais internacional.
an even more international
Afinal,
scientific association. After all,
a EXARC é uma
this
sociedade
shows that EXARC
todo.
is an institution that tries to bring people from all over the world, even though most of the members are Europe. And there is a logical explanation for that, because experimental archaeology is much more developed, especially in Europe, in regards to other continents. However, even though there is a difference between archaeology done outside of Brazil, we have been trying to do that in some institutions. There are some archaeologists with training in experimental archaeology. There are some labs focused on this, and the hosting of events such as this in Brazil is the proof that this line of research has been is developing quite well in Brazil. Of course, as it's in Brazil, people who are here from Brazil know that it is harder to host such an international event, especially when it comes to funding. In our case, it wasn't different. It was improved by funding institutions, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. But unfortunately, the funds we obtain are small for an event of this size. So in this sense, so that the event could happen, we in the organization made an extra effort to make the possible and impossible happen. And in this sense, I cannot not forget to thank the CAPES, the CNPq, which are the Brazilian funding institutions, EXARC of course as well, the Federal University of Paraná, the persons who persisted in making this event happening, even with all the other difficulties that came along, last minute ones as well. So I'd like to thank you. Firstly, the support and collaboration from Dr. Matilda Sibret, Director of EXARC, my colleague Fabio Parente, Director of the Archaeological Research Center that hosted the event, the technical team and the monitors who are helping us today. I'd like to apologize that I don't know everyone's names. I'm meeting many for the first time here today. They will be with us today and on the following days, but I would like to thank specially a few names. Our postdoc Mauricio Rep, students Luan Henrique Sebra, Ana Luisa Krieger, and Gabriela Garcia. Without you four, this event would not have been possible. So I'd also like to ask for a round of applause for these four persons especially. I would also like to wish Luan happy birthday, belatedly, it was yesterday. I would also like to thank our illustrious lecturers and attendees, Elisa Freitas, who took on the ceramics workshop. I would also like to remind that the professor from India, even though he isn't present in person due to a very unfair situation in regards to his visa, he is with us online, and tomorrow he will present to the ceramics people, which will happen in the other room. I'd like to thank as well Professor Alex Martini, who who will have a lecture on archaeology, digital world. Gisandra from Parintintim ethnicity from Rondônia, who will provide a workshop as well. Sandra also had a birthday yesterday. Where is Sandra? There she is. Happy birthday once again, Sandra. And finally, I'd like to thank Professor Gunami for his presence offering the workshop as well as the lecture now. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Professor Gunami to give his lecture where he will discuss the history of experimental archaeology in South America focused on the lithic industries. Welcome, Professor. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada a você pelo convite.
Well, I will try to make a quick review about the experimental archaeology in South America with emphasis in the Lithic analysis. Well, I will try to do a quick review of the experimental archaeology in South America with emphasis in the Lithic analysis, that is my field of expertise. In some ways, I added examples of another experiments because the practice of experimental archaeology in South America is very different in intensity according to the countries. There is very much the differences. Then there is some countries that is almost practically nothing, and there is another ones that we have a long tradition of practice and results. Concerning experimental archaeology, is his development in South America is going in hand with the development of the archaeology and the changes in the archaeological thinking occurred during the last 5 decades. Because simultaneously with the new lines of research that emerged in the latest studies worldwide, the lithics, the stone tools, started to be studied with new lines of investigations that complement and that complemented the traditional typological approaches that were employed until the 1960s, 1970s in different countries. The emphasis was put to study the lithics on ethnoarchaeological fieldwork, the application of the experimental lithic in archaeology, and in many cases with a special focus in the lithic analysis. Concerning the experimental archaeology in South America, there is a presence of diverse approaches to the experimental method. Not everybody think or has the same methodology or the kind theoretical approaches. The variation in depth of its application, and there is difference in the continuity of these investigations. There is some countries that is some people work in just one experiment and they stop it, and there is some countries that there is a long tradition. For instance, in Argentina, I started in 1979 with my first steps in working in stone tools analysis and stone working, and without interruption, and with support of our national scientific council. Then I have been working on experimental archaeology, specializing in lithics, for about a little more of about 40 years. The objective of this presentation is review the application of the experimental method, explore the potential of the experimental method, and focus on the lithic investigations in South America. The importance of the lithic remains in the archaeology is that in many cases there are the main resources of evidence in archaeology. And they are key in evaluating the knowledge and understanding of the past human groups at the formation of the archaeological record. In the evolution of the lithic studies in South America, in the last 50 years, diverse theoretical and methodological perspectives have had a significant influence. Lithic remains become a complex object of study from morphological, technological, and functional perspectives. What is experimental archaeology? It's a discipline that seeks to generate, examine, and test hypotheses. The objective is to explore, understand, become familiar with, and explain facts from the archaeological record. Seeks to understand topics related to the past societies. How does the experimental archaeology work? Well, we artificially reproduce or simulate activities and objects of the past, based on the information from the archaeological remains. We try to reproduce, using the archaeological remains, what could be happened in the past. There is also additional use of experimental archaeology. Educational purposes provides a closer and more vivid approach to the past, and help to make sense of the content and the didactic process in teaching. The experimental archaeology in the context of lithic studies, where the development was parallel to theoretical and methodological advances in archaeology. Experimentation gained importance in lithic studies internationally in the last 5 decades. It's important to mention the approach of experimentation with academic rigor, especially in the Latin American context. The paradigmatic change of the 1960s and 1970s drove experimental archaeology, rescuing methods with historical antecedents and giving them a new theoretical and practical focus. This is especially in the understanding on diverse aspects in the stone tools interpretation and use. As a subdiscipline of the experimental archaeology is the experimental lithic technology, that is a concept that Crabtree introduced in 1975. That using flint knapping, that is flake stone, as a tool for understanding the different aspects of the stone tools, that allows the exploration of a myriad of problems related with lithic studies. In this way, experimental archaeology allows to step in the shoes of the ancient stone knappers. Some general examples of the questions that experimental lithic technology can help answer in lithic studies are related to the process of production, early and intermediate stages of manufacture, time required to make a tool, skill required, efficiency of different techniques, among many others observations that we can make by reproducing the stone tools. The father of the modern experimental lithic technology that introduced that concept in 1975 is Don Crabtree, who was an upper, non-archaeologist, but he was introduced by a group of archaeologists, among them was Alan Bryan, to the war, to the archaeological war. Then Don Crabtree obtained financial assistance from the National Science Foundation, and for a couple of years he was strongly working in diverse aspects of stoneworking. And he published a lot in science, for instance, but much of his publications were published in a journal, Tebiwa, published in Pocatello, in Idaho, where he worked. We have, I can give some examples of the Don Crabtree works, and it's very interesting when he works in Mesoamerican polyhedrical cores, Folsom technology. He makes replications of projectile points found in South America, both in Ecuador and in Chile, and he makes eccentrics, etc. The origins of experimentations goes, of course, beyond the existence of Don Crabtree. The origins of the experimentations started almost with the prehistory as a science. Since the 19th century, the researchers sought to understand lithic technology and function through personal experience in tool making. McGuire, Evans, de Mortillet, who was the founders of the prehistory as a science. By recording contemporary artisans working flint, such as gun flint makers, mainly in Europe, some of the recorders of the gun flint makers were Steve Skerchley, Schleicher, de Mortillet, all at the end of the 19th century and early and the beginning of the 20th centuries. And in America, archaeologists or people working in prehistory used the ethnographic sources to understand the lithic techniques. There were many people trying to record the lithic techniques used by the Indians of North America, how, like Nelson, Pope, Holmes in the United States, and D'Agostini and Gallardo in Argentina. These are some examples. But the more famous source to know how to work stone at the beginning of the 20th century was the Book of Holmes, the Handbook of North American Antiquities, published by the Smithsonian Institution, where he made a record of all the ethnographic sources related with working stones. These are examples of gun flint makers recorded by the Skerchley in the 19th century in Europe. There is a master with an apprentice, and the examples of the cores and the blades of Tyner that when they used to make the gun flints. This is an example of Onas or Cernan Indians from Tierra del Fuego, showing how to flint an arrowhead and how to finish an arrow. Please take a look at how they use the flaker to apply the force to make the pressure plate. See? Differently, holding position for making pressure is like that EAC used in California. Look the holding position in the lower photographs. That is the way that all the most fling nappers or contemporary fling nappers all around the world used to fling to make pressure. Ishi was a Shahi Indian that was study in the last Shahi Indian that was studied from an anthropological viewpoint by Krever at the beginning of the 20th century, and among the many information that he give us is how to make arrow points and hunting techniques and etc. There he is in the upper row is showing percussion flagging and pressure flagging in the lower row. Here there is an examples of the Ishi work, because Ishi was living in the museum in California while Krever studied his customs and traditions. He was the last Shahi Indian, and there are examples of early stages of manufacture of the projectile points that Ishi made, a preform, and finished products. And there is debitage in the photograph of the right. The transformation of Lithic studies and the pioneers of experimentation. When occurs in North America, especially in North America, the archaeological revolution with the new archaeology, impacted significantly the Lithic studies. As a student in the 1970s, the main focus to cope with the stone tools was typology, the borders typology. That was only based on morphology and very much intuition regarding function. At that time, then started the functional analysis using microware analysis, of course, fed by experimentation, and there were some key researchers that laid the groundwork for the development of the discipline transcending morphological typology. There is important French and English-speaking authors from Europe and North America who conducted experiments to interpret archaeological variation, function, and technology in a less intuitive way. The legacy of those pioneers were recognized internationally. The main one was Crabtree, that I consider the father of modern experimental Lithic technology. Son of his students, Muto, Callahan was Callahan, Solberger, Bonnichsen, Stanford, Bradley, Flanagan, among others. The influence of these precursors extended to the Southern Hemisphere, including South American countries. In South America, the ideas were both uncritically accepted and incorporated into original proposal. There is some way, some students that accept some critically, for instance, the discussion about low and high power approaches to study the functional, the use of the instruments. And there is another people who were more, who would try to do more original in the approach developed to study the lithics. Entonces, the exploration of lithic record, the methods and themes of there is methods and themes of experimentation. The archaeology and experimentation are using to deal with the lithic record as actualistic studies. There is to study, to work on contemporary production and study the contemporary production of the lithic record to understand what happened in the past. The lithic experimentation covers multiple themes related to napped, picked, ground, and polished stone, focus on technological aspects and their studies under the principles of natural and physical science, because the fracture mechanics of the stones is similar now that 10,000 years ago. You can make a flute in a foursome point if you don't, because the angles of force of the application of force and on the stones are the same. There is no variation in that. The lithic remains are the result of sociocultural behavior and constitute the record of traditional empirical techniques. It's the fossilized record of the cultural behavior. The role of the experimentation in lithics. Entonces, then investigate the process linking to the object of study, technique, stage of manufacture, and the activity of itself. It explores the decisions that guided the manufacture of use of instruments, as well as their subsequent transformations. It conducts basic research to understand and explain archaeological aspects. Experimental archaeology, experimental lithic archaeology is from the epistemological viewpoint, is considered basic research. We make basic research to understand their analogs, the analogs that we recovered from the archaeological record. And the application, the perspectives of the application varies according to the objectives and the theoretical approaches of the researchers. Some researchers have a kind of approach, another ones another, and the results sometimes and the interpretations of the experiment varies according to them. I will show some pictures of the experiments made in the northern hemisphere, but they have influence in the development of the people, of the researchers that developed the experimental archaeology in South America. In my particular case, for instance, the Ginsberg experiments, led by Dennis Stanford of the Smithsonian Institutions, provide me insights to start to do experiments in archaeology. And there is a picture using Atlatl, and there is, in the first place, Dennis Stanford, Errol Callahan, and Rob Bonnitzen, when they worked in the Ginsberg experiment, that they butchered an elephant using stone tools. They are working in the butchering activities with bifiles, and in that period there was a discussion about the use of bone flakes and many issues, many Paleo-Indian issues that were unknown. And there is Callahan, Dennis, Fulgham, and Morland, who was a Canadian archaeologist. The versatility of experimentation addressing diverse themes. Experimentation is very useful for addressing diverse themes of varying scopes, particular or general objectives. Examples of experimental specific objectives are the heat treatment, the use wear analysis, or the use of specific techniques. Examples of general objectives, there are the knowledge of the reduction sequences or the chain operatoire, from the procurement of the stone to the discard, to the use of to the manufacture, use, and discard of the tool. Also, experimental archaeology allows addressing major problems based on comparative archaeology. For example, I performed experiments studying diverse Paleo-Indian reduction sequences to discuss problems of human colonizations of the Americas. Also provides a large amount of data to understand characteristics of lithic remains and answer numerous questions. Allows verifying archaeological observations and exploring topics inaccessible otherwise. Some of the pioneers on experimental lithic technology is R. Callahan, that during the 1970s until he died in a few years ago, he was working on very different techniques, reduction sequences, and there is working in the reduction sequence, in the study of the reduction sequences of the Danish 4-type Neolithic daggers. The practice of experimental archaeology has different features that we need that are important. For instance, the practice of experiments is heterogeneous, ranging from the use of complete device to manual execution. For instance, in the doctoral dissertation of Rob Bonnitzen, he used a specific device to explore how a flake was detached. Some experiments are made using engineer mechanics. For instance, the Iran experiments use it to evaluate the Folsom fluting, the Clovis fluting in that kind of projectile points. Also requires sometimes being a skilled practitioner of traditional techniques, involve napping, use of bows, and atlaters. Crucial difference between practicing napping as a trade or hobby or using to generate useful archaeological references. For instance, there is many people who work stone with the purpose to make tools to sell them or make stone such as a hobby. And there are academic nappers that that use fling napping as a tool for making experiments. Being an accomplished, this is an important observation, being an accomplished craftsman does not guarantee true archaeological conclusions. For instance, I knew many knappers who made stone tools. I say, this is the way that the stone tools were made in the past. But it's not so easy to arrive to reliable conclusions without intellectual background and theoretical basis, which are vital to, as a conceptual framework, to performance experiments in lithic analysis. Some examples of meetings of the Dennis Stanford, or in work in different kinds of production of Folsom and Paleo-Indian material in North America. These are the precursors of experimental archaeology who have influence in the development of the experimental archaeology in South America. The experimental knowledge is achieved through complex cognitive process and reasoning that go beyond empirical data, finding the causes of the phenomenon. It allows discovering technical variations, properties, and devices only accessible through experiments. For example, examples of fracture mechanics, reduction sequencing, and tool functions. The experimental tasks must be continually feedbacked, checked, and controlled with the observation of the archaeological material. Sometimes we have the archaeological material to continue that guide us to make the reproduction or the replication. Sometimes not. Sometimes we have only the finished products and we don't have the early stage of manufacture. Then we can make an experiment to propose a model of a manufacture, and furthermore we can find the early stage of manufacture that can control our experiment, and there is a we have to try continuously to have a continuous feedback with the archaeological record. Then an experiment is not the final word of the interpretation of some stone tool, function, manufacture, or whatever. In summary, the value of the experimental archaeology in lithic studies the experiment seeks to understand, know, and explain a wide variety of problems associated with lithic remains. Their data, facts, and findings operate at an empirical and observational level, and they provide a solid and robust reference based to support interpretation of the archaeological record and past phenomena. When I was working, and now there are some colleagues that make morphological typology, they make inference based on forms regarding the uses or regarding what happened or how the artifact was made, but in this kind of interpretation, they are intuitively made, and they in general don't use the baseline that we as experimenters build to interpret, to make the interpretation of the archaeological artifacts. Some examples of pioneers that also had a strong influence in us in South America as researchers. Dennis Stanford, Bruce Bradley, and there is a meeting in the Dennis's house with Bruce Bradley. Well, now we start to speak about South America directly. A quick look, because there is not much, and there is very different practices according to countries. Then in this session, I present a review of the experimental archaeology in South America with an emphasis on lithic studies. It also includes some relevant and archaeological work involving rocks, and in some cases complemented by experiments. In some cases, there are some researchers that make archaeology and experimentation. I mentioned the use of napping as a didactic tool for understand traditional techniques. When I started to practice napping, immediately we started to show how to the stone is flake, how an arrow pond or side scraper can be made, and there is an excellent tool for an excellent didactic tool to teach how the stone tools were made in the past in a not intuitive way. Then, country by country, I will give some examples of the use of experimental and experiential, because it's not the same an experiment that experience. There are some people who have experience making tools, but they don't perform experiments. And then I try to show these kind of activities, because in some countries there is almost no experiment. There are people who have experience because flake stone or make some experience with some techniques that I think that they are valuable to have as an antecedent. For instance, in Venezuela, the initial exploration in experimental archaeology was scarcely practiced. The experience by Vargas and colleagues in 1983 on malacological material, making some studies to understand some malacological material. It was very important, the ethnarchaeological and experimental study by Carneiro in 1979 on tree filling with the stone axes by the Yanomano. There is a kind of mix with experimental and ethnarchaeological studies, and the ethnarchaeological study among the Joti performed by Politis and Jaimes in the 2005, and they recorded the use of the sandstones to crack coconuts. This was the only reference that we have in Venezuela. In Colombia is also scarce. Also, Politis made interesting observations of the archaeological observations among the Nokak in the archaeological and his archaeological work, and the non-use of lithic instruments for subsistence, but they use it for the recreational purposes, especially for the children's. The use of pebbles, nothing else. And the application of the experimental method by D'Antoni and Corral and McRae to infer questions about archaeological lithic materials in general. No very specific. Well, here there is an example of the Joti adolescents when they began to engage in hunting and gathering activities, and they use the sandstones, rocks, to to perform some activities related with vegetables. In Ecuador, the experimentation is also poor. We have experimentation in archaeology also, and activities, the napping as didactic activities. But early in the many years ago, but under the influence of Ernesto Salazar, who studied with Bordes in Bordeaux, with one of the Crabtree students that was Guy Muto. And then we have an archaeological experimentation with Quechua indigenous people in Chimba pottery, highlighting the lithic, the use of lithic implements in the production of the ceramic. The importance of Ernesto Salazar learning napping with François Bordes and Guy Muto, using his skills in classes and at the university and other places. The experimentations in Ecuador was also employed by Donald Jackson to explore bipolar percussion in earlier pottery assemblages, in the production of Elinga string replaced by Crabtree, and the study of the used wear, and the reproduction of the Elinga fell point by me, and to inspect the laminar extractions in the Elinga assemblages. In Peru, we have also pioneer work in the 1970s and 1980s, but not much followed with as a systematic activity. And one of the pioneer research was made by Duccio Bonavia in 1982 on the manufacture of the use of the artifacts that they call culebras type disc, that were used in the Peruvian coast to the mollusk extraction that were on the rocks of the beach. Después were experiments used to understand use wear, manufacture, and teaching of lithic technology. There are experiments by Castro and colleagues on the elaboration of mollusk objects and Rica Playa, confirming the use of slave flakes, reproductions of Paikan points. This is an important experiment by Pellegrin and Chauchat, 1983, to understand the manufacture, the reduction sequence of the Paikan points. There is a current project to use obsidian flakes on camelid sharing, and there is an extensive proposal of experimental archaeology for directed purpose by Quijano and colleague, aiming to understand the architectural heritage of the archaeological education. And it was also an intensive seminar workshop on experimental lithic technology and experimental archaeology that I teach in Ayacucho in 2007. This was in Peru. It's an example of the Peruvian culebras, the manufacture of the Peruvian culebras type disc made by Bonavia in 1982. In Bolivia, the experimental archaeology and the study of ancient architecture was mainly made for foreigners, foreigners, and there recently was a Bolivian archaeologist who tried to develop the experimental archaeology even as a systematic archaeology, making a kind of experimental lab at the university. But the main experiments performed in Bolivia were for how the blocks to make the Tiahuanaco used in the Tiahuanaco monumental constructions. In this case, Warnich in 2005 make an experiment using bows, carrying blocks of rocks from one place to Tiahuanaco to test if this kind of transportation was possible. Protzen and Neir performed rock quarrying techniques to understand the Tiahuanaco construction, the application of the experimental method by Mamani Roque, the Bolivian archaeologist, in 2017, to approximate the production of the ashlar of the Acapana construction in Tiahuanaco. There were Mamani he was an enthusiastic archaeologist that the aim was to generate a new generation of researchers and students in a kind of laboratory with a page that he called Arqueología Arqueolítica en Bolivia in the Facebook site. Some examples of the experiments that Mamani made in the ashlar manufacture by pecking and grounding. They are from the initial blocks, the pecking, the early middle stage of manufacture of the ashlars, and the wall that he constructed with the experimental ashlars. In Chile, the experimental archaeology was introduced as with a seminar that Dennis Stanford and the Latin American Studies program from the Smithsonian Institution performed in 1978 in Antofagasta. There, they made a seminar related with Paleoindian lithic technology, and they invited the most prominent archaeologists, the most prominent South American archaeologists from different countries to the seminar, and they discussed many issues related with questions that were very with questions that they had in that period. For instance, in that period, in my country, they teach us the Wiley schema, that the bifacial horizons, the flake horizons, and we believe that the bifaces represent cultures, and some more evolutionized than others, etc. But at that time, we start to learn that the biface might be early stage of manufacture of the projected points or knife, bifacial knife, and so on. Then, in that seminar, Dennis Stanford showed that exactly that the bypass might be early stage of manufacture. They work also on the experiments of broken bones. At that time, we don't know anything about that problems, and there is. It was very useful for even indirectly. My professor that is there, when he came at the university, he teach us and told us what happened in that meeting, and I consider that that meeting was very important for me in the starting of the practice of experimental archaeology, with the influence on other archaeologists who was working with Dennis Stanford at the Smithsonian, that I worked with also in 1978, 79. Then, in Chile, the experiments related with lithics was the first published attempt to reproduce felt points or fishtail points by Don Crabtree in 1966, based on the Junius Bear findings in the Fell and Paliaiki caves. Reproduction requested by Bear to Kalin and Callahan, two American flicknappers that made fishtail points that are curated in the American Museum of Natural History of New York. Felipe Batti was a Chilean archaeologist that was a local pioneer in the production of these points also. And the start of systematic experiments in the 80s to elucidate the production of the felt points by me, addressing the controversy over the use of flakes or the use of bifacial thinning in the reduction sequences. Chile doesn't have systematic research in experimental archaeology, but there are archaeologists who perform the experiments. It was important also the study by Crabtree to reproduce the triangular projectile points that Junius Bear exhumed in the Fell and Paliaiki excavation used wood retouchers or wood flakers, better, like those used in Australia for making the Kimberley points. The Chilean archaeologists who start to perform experimentations more systematically was Donald Jackson, who works mostly in use wear analysis, and he motivated to another colleagues and students to perform diverse experiments. Cesar Mendez was one of them, and replicating lanceolate steaming points, and Galarce and Pedro Galarce, but they don't publish the results, only they mainly for illustrative purposes. Current activities by Mendez, training reproduction for education and museums, and Galarce in the make experiments to evaluate the lithic raw materials. There were a symposium on actualistic studies organized by Mendez and Galarce in 2003, and the use of pyrotechnology to evaluate the siliceous rocks in central Chile. And there is also taphonomics experiments by Mendez and Munoz on crystal quartz assemblages at the Valiente site, that is an important Paleo-Indian site in Chile. Brazil and Argentina, I think that there are the countries where most experiments are performed. And I can mention the pioneering work made by Miller Jr. with his archaeological observation and mapping practices for didactic purposes. I was angry to get the 1975 publication of Miller at the time, the sporadic use of experimental archaeology, mostly in ceramic technology, Moreno da Souza, the resurgence of Lithic experimentation in the 21st century focused on picking the ground objects by Proust and others, experiment with flint by Rodriguez, Perez, and Beltrao, and Crystal Quartz, Rodet and Alonso, Proust and Lima, Rodets. I'm sure that there are many more, but I can't mention everybody. And I don't know everybody also. Studies on class war by Santos and Jr., 2018, and a generation of functional reference frameworks by Lima Mansour, Alonso Clemente Conte, and Hafting Clemente Conte, and De Souza and Figueredo, and etc. Experimental Lithic technology, a systematic method in Brazil, is recently emphasized by Moreno da Souza and his group, and he revitalized the value of the experimental Lithic technology as a systematic method, including bone tools also. And he proposed the experimental bone technology. Experiments, well, there are many experiments made by Moreno da Souza, reproducing projectile points and other unifacial tools from southern Brazil. There is also experiments to explore fire technology, boleadoras, bolas, stones, and didactics. Experiment by Anderson Garcia, on the formation of the depressions in cocoa breakers, by their use in the production of fire by friction with the bow. He proposed an alternative, and the stage of a bow drill, like fire production, focused on the rock socket by Anderson. And Anderson Garcia and Gato da Silva also making the use of boleadoras or bolas stone, trying to know how they make it and use it, the bolas stones, by experimentation. There is an example of the boleadora or bola stone production, and they use it well. This is interesting experiment. And there is also courses of napping. I saw one in the Universidad Federal de Rio Grande do Sul in 1910 that Maria Lucci organized, and now I know that Moreno da Souza was there. I didn't remember that. And some examples of the meeting was nice. I was younger. In Uruguay there is experiments, but also not very systematic. Experimental study on the processing and consumption on rare eggs, combination of archaeology and experimentation. That was an interesting work on palm fruits by the Versis and the Versis and Hassan and other colleagues, the reproduction of shell ornaments by the Obide and colleagues, experimental program on record engravings with not very much results, but they try to make an experimental program, and the use of napping as a didactic tool in courses and conferences. I I teach there in 1983, was my first course on flint-knapping. And also we had to recognize the Jorge Femenía contribution to the development of the flint-knapping in lithic technology in Uruguay by promoting the experimental archaeology. They have experience. Jorge had experience. He didn't make experiments, but he was always teaching, showing how to flake stone, and so on. In Uruguay there is also some experimentation into lithic technology. The bipolar technique was explored by Lezama and Marossi. And there is also experiments to understand the reduction of the Fischl points performed by me in 1910 and several years of work, possible bifacial knives, and the conformation of Webele sessions in Holocene points. They were published in different places and different years. The experimentation of, esto es lo mío. Some examples of the bifacial reduction sequences of the manufacture of Fischl points made by me to discuss the reduction sequence with bifacial thinning in felt points, in Uruguayan felt points. I try to use the red one because in Uruguay the felt points are mostly made with red silkrete or red silkrete. Well, finally, I had to mention the development of experimental lithic technology in Argentina that started at the end of the 1970s and early 1980s. But I had to mention the lithic experimentation by my Austral in 1966. But it's more than experimentation, it's experiential, because he didn't make experiments. He only tried to reproduce and understand how to make some lithic artifacts. The early stage, the 1970s, 1980s, the lithic experimental archaeology was not well established in the, and I started as consequences of the ergology and technology course that taught by Aschero and Aguerre, when Carlos Aschero shows the basic knapping techniques, percussion and pressure flaking. And he brought the experience of the Antofagasta meeting organized by the Smithsonian Institution. Then I started there, in that moment, when he showed us how to make pressure and percussion. I started to make, and the next class, in 1 week, I carry a projectile point. Interesting. Then I start to, like Callahan did, I start to, because there were no bibliographic information, I started to explore everything what I can get, ethnographic reference, and I was the time when I found the William Henry Holmes book that was in the library of the Museo Etnográfico, and it was a kind of Bible to know how to flake stone. But at that time, no attention was paid in the techniques. such very superficially. Then the systematic development started with the Nora. At the same time, Nora went to a summer school taught by Chef Flanagan, that he was a student of Don Crabtree. Don Crabtree was at that moment sick, and then Flanagan continued with the summer school of Flynn Napping. And with Nora on one side and me by my side, we started to promote the Lithic napping, influenced by the North American researchers. In my case, Stanford, Bonixen, and in the Nora's Flechenheimer, influenced by the Flanagan School. And I started to emphasize the experimental perspective for research and the teaching of lithic technology as a practical activity. The beginnings were not easy. The beginnings were not easy. At that time, the most prominent archaeologists had the approach of that the archaeology was a source of prehistory. The archaeology was just the method of excavations to get data for prehistory. Then they say that I was a craftsman, that I make just projected points, that it was not useful for archaeology. But even though I can get my fellowships at the CONICET, I start to teach, many people accepted the experimental archaeology as a valid method of research. Well, some examples there, we had teaching in 1980 in the first conference on lithic technology and typology held in Buenos Aires in 1980. I was showing bifacial thinning, the consolidation and impact of lithic technology and experimental lithic technology in Argentina. There is dissemination of teaching, courses, seminars, conferences, and exhibitions during more than 30 years since early 1980s by me. The consolidation of experimental archaeology became a common practice by the influence by me, Nora, Bayon, and Escola, applications in manufacturing techniques, production systems, functional analysis, raw material treatment, use wear analysis, taphonomy, impact in transformed lithic technology studies in Argentina. From an extraordinary practice, where I started was an extraordinary practice, unknown for many, to a practice now central, as a normal central practice and methodology for archaeologists now. Now experimental archaeology is part of the archaeological research. Everybody try to make experiments. Well, finally, the experimental archaeology in South America had growing importance related with the scientific rigor. Experimental archaeology is complemented by archaeological research and other analytical methodologies. The documentation of experimentals varies in detail, but generally it is reported with the necessary scientific rigor, procedures, illustrations, etc. And there is also inter-subject verification that allow the evaluation of errors and uncertainties, which should decrease with the continuous comparison with the original artifacts and new experimentation. Here are some examples of the Pupuk and Ona Indian flake in a narrow point. Look how they hold the flaker. The Lithic in South America is an even development. In some countries, Lithic studies and related experimental archaeology seems to have little interest, with isolated contributions and a lack of solid theoretical framework. In contrast, other countries employ experimental archaeology more extensively, addressing various archaeological aspects with specific experimental Lithic technology projects. For instance, Argentina is a case with a longer history, and also I think that here in Brazil. The continuity and use of experimental archaeology vary significantly in South America, ranging from frequent use to near absence or recent beginnings. Some examples of the repercussion of an experiment that I made recently for making points between notches. It's a paper that will appear in a coming volume that is edited by Anderson Garcia. I show how to base it on the experience of because I can use my normal use of percussion flaking to take big blanks. I come to my mind the Ashawara paper by Binford, and then I use how the Ashawara put the core under the feet, and they were good results. And I show in percussion to make the notches. Some devitage, examples of devitage of that experiment. These are the experimental artifacts, the notches between points. Some of them looks coarse, and there are another slide with the acknowledgements. No more? No? Well, some examples or other examples? Another, well, there is a challenge in archaeological research that concerns identifying some archaeological work. Partial, in some archaeological works, there is some results that, because we have sometimes, we make some reproduction, and we say, this is the way that this artifact was made. Maybe, because in lithics there is very much variability. Then it's maybe a partial true. It's true, but partial. It's not the truth. This is important. There are many methodological and theoretical issues related with experimental. We can be excellent mappers, but how to use our practice, manual practice, is guided by our brains, our thinking. Then I can say this, I can say that. It depends on my background. Sometimes there are ignorance of technological alternatives. Functional inference sometimes without a specific analysis. For instance, there are some archaeologists who say, you look, this is a cooked boring, then this was a bull. No, maybe it's an accidental breakage during the napping or during the use of the artifact. And there are also some of the problems is the generalizations based on few specimens. Or we have to be aware that when we make an experiment, that I make an experiment, is my experiment. I am only there. Must be more results. Well, this is an example of a felt point without bifacial reduction, just from a flake. These are another examples of reduction sequences of some Argentinian points from the province of Mendoza. Some mine experiments. These are flakes detached from prepared cores from Southern Patagonia. They resemble Levallois technology. Then the need to address variability and employ models. Not many archaeologists, experimental archaeologists work with the models methodology in mind. Then many experiments address basic techniques with interpretative problems and little attention to variability. Generalizations are made about technological issues, considering few variants without recognizing the importance of variability in the Lithic record. Absence or reluctance of use of models in observing. Crucial tools that is a crucial tool in scientific research to analyze, describe, and simulate, among others, the phenomenon. Examples of finished products of some Argentinian projected points. Well, then, experimental archaeology is a powerful tool to aware of a tool, and we must be aware of its limitation, but it's a powerful tool. It's highly powerful. Experimental archaeology provides a large amount of data, but is not infallible, of course, like many methodologies or techniques used in archaeology. Due to the complexity of Lithic artifacts, inherent problems, variability, interpretative ambiguity, multifunctionality, and so on. Difficulties in comparing knappers' skill, identifying work children, beginners, and specialists, that is difficult. The same effect can have different causes, hindering unequivocal identifications, and it is crucial to maximize efforts to minimize these difficulties. And be cautious in inference and be cautious in inference and interpretations. Examples of pecking and grinding and polishing, some discs that they made there are in the Uruguayan archaeological record. Examples of excellent documentation during the experiment. R. Callahan documented everything with excellent drawings and photographs. Well. Conclusion. Lithic experimental archaeology in South America. Lithic experimental is a useful and solid method for constructing baseline data and interpreting the past. Despite advances, there are numerous topics that require further theoretical and practical research. Given the diversity of the Lithic record in South America, the future agenda for experimental archaeology is varied and promising. My deep gratitude to João Carlos Moreno da Souza for inviting me to give this conference, and the Consejo de Desenvolvimiento Científico y Tecnológico, and the EXAR, to the Centro de Estudios y Pesquisas Arqueológicas de la Universidad Federal de Paraná, for making my presence in this event possible. Excuse me for my English.
If anyone has any questions for Professor Nami, now is your chance to. We have another microphone somewhere. There? Okay, good. If anyone has any questions? I had one from our online participants, actually, so I can ask that on their behalf. The question was, thank you for the very detailed overview of everything experimental archaeology, but what is your thoughts for the future of experimental archaeology in South America? Do you have any ideas, advice, suggestions?
I think that the future of experimental archaeology, I don't like to generalize, because as you see, there are many countries that almost doesn't have experimental archaeology. It doesn't. In some countries, almost doesn't have hunter-gatherer archaeology. For instance, in Peru. In Peru, there is not many archaeologists working in hunter-gatherer archaeology, then less in experimental archaeology. But in the countries like Brazil, well, Argentina is part of the paradigm of the archaeological research. We don't have any doubts that the experimental archaeology is an excellent methodology. In Brazil, you are an example. You organize this meeting that is very important. It's very, very important. And the rest of the countries is an activity that I can say that they have. They will be as sporadic, but not systematic. I think that Brazil and Uruguay are Brazil and Argentina are the countries where the experimental archaeology is a normal activity. It's part of the normal paradigm by using the Kuhn terminology in archaeological research. Then I think that the future is promising, like I said before, but with different variations according to the country. It's like in all around the world.
Any other questions? Oh yeah, I see one out there. Do you want to just take this one, or? It reaches all the way at the back.
Eu queria perguntar para ele em relação a
In relation to
se a arqueologia experimental,
the
no
fact
caso
that
do
if
Lithic, poderia
experimental
ajudar a gente com alguns
archaeology
problemas,
in Lithics could help us with problems that I've been finding in the works that I've been doing here at Paraná regarding the false Lithic, using these flakings with machines, and if we can have a correlation to better identify what would be archaeological and what would be fake afterwards, done by machines, agricultural machines and the like.
Sí, claro, claro. Yes, of course. Yes, even this subject was is systematically started at the end of the 70s when some archaeologists studied the pseudo artifacts made with the trampling of bows. And there are many examples of experiments and observations to try to differentiate between the human-made artifacts and not made by humans, by non-made anthropic artifacts. Then, of course, you can make projects based on experiments and try to verify what was going on in your archaeological record. Yes, I think it's crucial, probably. Yes, I think it's crucial. ¿Está bien? Bueno. Do you understand, or can I speak in Spanish? Or?
Any other questions? Más preguntas? No? Okay. Thank you again very much, Professor Uwanami. Yes. So we will, I think, go straight into session 1. Because we're running a little behind. So session 1 is focusing all on lithic technologies, so a great continuation of Professor Nami's talk. And first up we are hearing from the main author, José Lucas Otero Couto. I'm so sorry, José Lucas, if you're listening, for my mispronunciation of your name, who will be presenting all about techno-experimental and functional approach to the lesmos of the Itapirica tradition in central Brazil.
Hello everyone, my name is José Lucas Couto and I'm happy to be presenting my research titled Techno-Experimental and Functional Approach to the Lesmas of the Itaparica Tradition, Central Brazil, Serranópolis. This research was completed during my Master's in Prehistory at the Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona in cooperation with the Milai Fontanals Institute, CSIC, with the guidance of Drs. Antoni Palomo, Juan José Ibanez and Ignacio Clemente. Enjoy! To begin this presentation, I will provide a brief introduction to the Itaparica tradition, followed by our research objectives and rationale. It's especially nice to be back with a follow-up of my last presentation titled The Slugs of the Itaparica Tradition, an Experimental Approach, where I present the technological reproduction of the lesmas that we use on this current research. Well, the Itaparica tradition is an important archaeological culture marking the earliest widespread human settlements in Brazil and potentially extending into other regions of South America. Spanning approximately from 12,700 to 7,400 years BP, the Itaparica tradition represents a significant hunter-gatherer culture and technological phase during the transition from the late Pleistocene to the early Holocene in Brazil. Within the red circle is Serranópolis, located in the southwestern region of the state of Goiás. It's one of the most significant areas associated with the Itaparica tradition and the current reference point for our experimental research. The map you see highlights with black dots the distribution of archaeological sites featuring unifacially napped tools or lesmas dated earlier than 8000 BP. Although bifacial tools were also produced, the Itaparicas are best known for its distinctive unifacial lithic artifacts, particularly the lesma. This research primarily stems from the need to deepen our understanding of the functional aspect of the lesmas, and use-ware analysis or traceology is an appropriate methodological approach for this purpose. However, to achieve meaningful results, it is essential to follow a systematic approach. A critical step in this process involves developing an extensive use-ware reference collection. This collection will enable comparative analysis with archaeological specimens, which is particularly important since the silicified sandstone under investigation differs significantly from flint and possesses distinctive characteristics regarding use-ware traces. Therefore, this research represents the initial step towards establishing such a reference framework. An approach integrating experimental archaeology with use-ware analysis was implemented, drawing specifically from literature and terminology related to non-flint raw materials. The protocol consisted of 4 stages. First, the formulation of hypotheses regarding tool hefting. Second, the documentation of tools prior to experimentation using macro photography and high magnification microscopy. Third, the hefting of tools followed by their use in various tasks. And finally, detailed documentation and analysis of the use-ware traces resulting from these tasks. Here are the lesmas produced by the first experimental protocol mentioned earlier and used in this experiment, each accompanied by its identification number for systematic reference. So, about the hefting hypothesis, the existing literature on this topic is quite limited, yet, through analysis of available archaeological evidence and comparative studies, we've formulated innovative hypotheses concerning how these tools may have been hefted. Schmitz contributed to our understanding by suggesting that these tools were hefted, basing his assessment on macroscopic observations such as differential use wear patterns. He also observed that various leishmans exhibited standardized removals at their bases, areas typically associated with prehensive strategies. Further evidence for hefting comes from Lourdeau, who identified patterns of tool breakage, specifically a high ratio of fractured to intact leishmans, as indicative of hefting. So, drawing on all these references, we developed a couple of hefting hypotheses based on Stroudor classification. Two methods stood out for us: elbow or angled hefting and axial hefting, both making use of the tool's flat ventral side for juxtaposition. Now moving on to the second step, the pre-experiment lithic surfaces documentation. So, before any experimental use, documenting the original condition of the tools is essential to identify and interpret use wear patterns accurately later on. Our documentation began with a macroscopic examination of key areas of the leishman, primarily the cutting edges and potential hefting zones, where we expected to observe use wear post-experiment. For this, we used the Hirox RH2000 digital microscope. Next, we conducted a detailed micro-level observation using a metallographic microscope, the Leica DM2500. Images were taken at 200x and 400x magnification. We focused on identifying the two main components of the raw material: the quartz grains, or crystals, and the intercrystalline matrix. At high magnifications, quartz grains appear sharply defined against the matrix. We also noted that unifacial flaking produces a sharp edge with minimal damage in its unused state. To complement the surface analysis, we also use silicone molding to capture high-resolution details of apical and lateral edges and potential hefting areas. After the surface documentation, we moved on to the actual hefting of the leishman. For the hefting, we used dried Robinia pseudacacia as the primary handle material, selected for its strength and durability. To firmly attach the lithic pieces to the handles, we utilized leather strips as the primary binding method. These leather strips were tightly wrapped from the base to approximately the middle of the tool. The absence of adhesives facilitated easy blade replacement. Additionally, small wooden wedges were strategically placed between the ventral face of the tools and the hefting platform to minimize unwanted movement during use. This method significantly enhanced stability, improving force transmission and precision during handling. So, after thoroughly documenting the tools, we move into one of the key parts of our experimental work, actually using the leishmans in controlled tasks. As part of our experimental program, we conducted a series of controlled tests with each leishman tool, using them for at least 60 minutes on a variety of materials, including animal hides, wood, antler, and meat. For hide processing, we carried out 6 experiments focused on hide treatment, using leishmans numbered 1 through 6. Fresh hides from roe deer were processed using leishmans with axial heft in juxtaposition. The tools demonstrated excellent grip and control. 2 gestures were recorded: scraping at approximately 80 degrees and cutting at around 30 degrees. The combined use of these techniques allowed for thorough membrane and fat removal within 4 hours. Dry hides included both untreated and ochre-treated samples from wild boar and roe deer. The ochre hide required additional effort, but tools performed efficiently, with tool number 5 used freehand, showing particularly effective scraping when used laterally. For woodworking, leishmans 7 and 8 were used on fresh holm oak branches of 10 cm in diameter. Leishman 7 was mounted with a 60-degree elbow heft and used for thrown percussion successfully, cutting through the branch after just over an hour of repeated strikes. Despite some chipping at the ventral apical area, The tool proved highly effective. Lejma 8, with an axial haft, was used to debark and scrape the previously cut piece of oak using lateral motions at 80 degrees. The scraping focused more on the tool's edges and demonstrated high efficiency, offering excellent control and versatility. For the antler working, we used the Lejma number 9, grip with the leather wrap. The tool was used with a sawing motion at 80 degrees, but was unable to cut through the full diameter of the antler within the hour. Finally, for the butchery, two Lejmas, 10 and 11, were used freehand to process pork rib sections. Results. Following the experimental phase, we enter now on what we consider the core of this study, the analysis of use-wear traces generated through our protocol. This stage was divided into macroscopic and microscopic documentation conducted both before and after cleaning the tools. Macroscopic observations before cleaning. Significant macroscopic traces were identified on tools used with ochre, hardwood, and deer antler. In these cases, we observed clear edge rounding, residue accumulation, and edge breakage, particularly in the mesodistal and apical regions. Scraping wood left compacted residues, while working antler generated finer, more compact residues. Fresh hides with ochre resulted in a paste-like residue that coated not just the edges but settled deeply into the surface topography, including flake scars and depressions. Apical areas, especially on tools used for trompe percussion, showed large flake removals and residue accumulation. The microscopic observations. For consistency in our terminology, especially when describing non-flint raw materials, wear patterns, such is the case, we have based our analytical vocabulary primarily on three key references: Clemente, Pedergrana, and Sussman. Using two metallographic microscopes, the Leica DM2500 and the Olympus BX-FM, we recorded micro-wear patterns at 200 and 400x magnifications. For dry hide, we identified partial corrosion of quartz grains and matrix beginning from crystal edges inward. Short smooth striations created by microfragments of the edge displaced along the ventral face. We documented also a kinetic pattern reflecting scraping gestures at low angles. For the fresh hide, we observed shallow flake scars, light rounding, and mixed striations. The polish was limited, but still distinguishable on matrix and crystal surfaces. On the other hand, fresh hide with ochre produced a well-developed abrasive polish across the entire edge and a remarkable rounding of the edge. We also observed distinctive furrow-like striations associated with bidirectional movement. For the dry hide with ochre, it produced the most advanced wear observed, marked by extensive corrosion, well-developed polish, and loss of distinction between the matrix and the crystals. For the woodworking trompe percussion, despite heavy edge damage, the use developed microstriations and pitting along the apical edge. And it was the only tool with definitive hafting wear, visible as corrosion and pitting. For the woodworking scraping, it caused intense rounding and microflaking across the mesodistal edge, along with semicircular flake scars and developed polish on the matrix elevated microtopology. For the antler cutting, we observe a widespread edge fracturing due to the hardness of the material. But despite constant fracturing, we documented incipient polishing, fine striation, and partial crystal corrosion. Finally, for the butchery, it generated minimal wear, only light edge rounding, occasional microflaking, and slight internal edge polish. Well, in the end, we were quite happy with the experimentation. The wear patterns observed were task-dependent, reflecting the hardness of the materials and the gestures employed. We documented a progression from abrasive polishing, like in ochre-treated hides, to fracture-driven edge modification, like in antler and wood, and identified distinctive patterns of striations, corrosions, polish, and pitting tied to each activity. To conclude, We would like to remind that this study only marks the first step in building a dedicated reference collection for silicified sandstone tailored to the Itaparica context. These results will be crucial for supporting future use-ware analysis of leishmas from Itaparica sites of Brazil, so stay tuned for future progress on this matter. Thank you very much for listening e muito obrigado a todos. Tchau!
So just to say, we're going to have a question session at the end of the thing, after the three. Yeah, exactly. So
Qual desses dois objetos?
keep your questions in your head, and we will have a Q&A for the last 15 minutes. So for now, we will move to a different kind of stone, but still a lithic, technically, from Meta Adagast and Simon Rudchenko, talking about the coffee bean sinkers of late Mesolithic.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my presentation. I will be telling you about part of my ongoing PhD project on the so-called coffee bean sinkers of late Mesolithic West Norway. First off, you may be wondering what on earth a coffee bean sinker is, so let me tell you. This artifact type is, as far as I know, unique to West Norway. Around 600 of them have been found so far, and you can see the fine distribution on the map here. They have been found mainly in late Mesolithic contexts, as well as some mixed late Mesolithic, early Neolithic context, and as stray finds. They thus belong to a fisher-hunter-gatherer society, with emphasis on the fishing. These objects are made of various types of soapstone. In their most typical form, they are more or less oval with a lengthwise furrow all around. You can see an example of this basic type on the bottom right, and this is where the coffee bean nickname comes from. However, as you can get some impression of from the other examples here, there is a lot of variety in shape and engravings. They also vary in size, but mostly they are quite small. As you can see on the graph here, the vast majority weigh less than 3 grams, and weights over 20 grams are rare. However, although I have cut off this graph at 30 grams, there are also some bigger examples, even over 100 grams. There has been some debate over the function of these objects, but the commonly accepted interpretation is that they were used as line sinkers, so to weigh down a fish hook to get it to the desired depth in the water. So this is what the complete fishing tackle may have looked like. The proposed alternative interpretation was that they were instead used as pendants, because they are often so small and sometimes very pretty. I don't have a physical reconstruction of that to show you, so instead, please enjoy my digital artwork. Now, in my PhD, I am doing lots of different things, but today I will only be talking about how we are working out the technical aspects of how these sinkers were made. That means I'll be going over a crafting experiment that we did, how we make and use 3D models for this purpose, and a production trace analysis where we combine the two. So, we have conducted an actualistic crafting experiment to figure out the crafting steps from rough out to final form, meaning everything except getting the materials and making the tools. We mainly used stone tools based on common local archaeological analogies, including a variety of grinding slabs and handheld grinding stones, as well as sharp tools made of rough quartz and flint. We also wanted a non-stone tool to compare, and for this we used bone splinters, as bone would of course have been readily available in the Mesolithic. In the experiment, we tried various tools and techniques in different combinations in order to construct a set of crafting steps, or chaîne opératoire, which both felt easy and natural to us and produced replica sinkers that closely resemble the originals. This meant first shaping a preform using just about any method, hammering, rough grinding, or a combination of the two. Once we had a piece of about the right size, we grinded this into a smooth blank, on which we then engraved a furrow. As you can see some examples of here, we tried any tool and technique combination that we could think of for this, including using water in the carving process. everything we tried more or less worked. However, there was definitely a lot of difference between these methods, and we found that a sawing motion with the edge of a quartz flake was by far the easiest and fastest. The flakes of rough quartz have very sharp but irregular edges, which creates an effect like a sawtooth blade, cutting into the soapstone much faster than the more regular edges of flint or bone or the blunt sandstone. Once the furrow is in place, your basic coffee bean is complete, but there are optional additional steps. For side notches, like on the edges of this original, quartz and grinding stones both worked well, provided of course that the grinding stone had a sufficiently sharp edge or point. For the finer additional engravings present on some sinkers, like the cross-hatching here, we preferred flint microblades. These are by far the sharpest and smoother than any other tool we tried except bone, making them very well suited for fine lines like this. Lastly, we experimented a little with various ways of polishing the stone to remove grinding traces and engraving accidents. This was a spur-of-the-moment thing, so we had no specific tools ready for this and had limited success. The experiment also showed that, thanks to how soft and forgiving soapstone is, making these sinkers is even faster and easier than we had expected. I put up some examples here so you can get an idea of the time investment required. On average, making a replica took only 40 minutes, even with additional engravings like side notches or cross-hatching. The experience level of the crafter also made little difference either in terms of time used or the ability to achieve the desired result. So pretty much anyone could have made these objects at any time, any place, and with almost any tools. Altogether, we produced 30 objects during this experiment, of which 25 are replica sinkers and 5 are test pieces. On the test pieces, we aimed for a more controlled comparison of specific tool and technique combinations. Although the amount of control possible is limited in an actualistic experiment like this was very helpful, especially for the production trace analysis that I'll get into more later. Here you can see one of these test pieces and the tools used on it. As you can see, the 6 engraved lines all look quite different depending on both the tool and the technique used. On this piece, with our own experience from trying the different methods ourselves, we can easily tell which tool and technique combination was used on which line just by looking. However, with the original artifacts, things are usually not so obvious. Which brings us to the 3D models. Using photogrammetry and specialized software, we have so far made highly accurate models of over 50 original artifacts, as well as our experimentally produced objects. These models have many possible applications. We can get accurate measurements even at a very small scale or in cross-section. We can also calculate the volume of the sinkers, which in turn lets us calculate the density of the material. And we can get a much better look at surface details. This helps us, for example, to identify possible grinding traces and facets. These can otherwise be hard to see on the very small or eroded sinkers. 3D models also help when the sinkers have very indistinct engravings. On these pictures, you can see some diagonal engravings in addition to the central furrow, but the eroded surface makes it hard to get a good look, especially on the side pictured on the left. But with a 3D model, we can get rid of the surface color, which is already quite helpful, and additionally, we can move the in-software light source around, simulating the use of RTI. As you can see, this can give a much better view of these engravings. Lastly, in this category, the 3D models help construct the relative chronology of engravings. Specialized software can create a colored height map like this. Red parts are further away from us, blue parts are closer. This helps us see when lines dip into other lines. On this sinker, for example, the crosswise lines on the top 2 pictures dip into the central furrow, the clearest examples being the 2 lines here. Meaning the central furrow was already there when these crosswise lines were made. On the bottom 2 images, however, this doesn't happen. So this tells us that the lengthwise furrow around the broad sides was made first, then the crosswise furrows, and lastly the lengthwise furrow around the narrow sides. And now for the really cool stuff, because we can go beyond measuring the engravings themselves and even say something about the morphology of the tools used to make them. For this we use another specialized program, which takes exact cross-sections from engravings and lets us express the profile shape as numerical data. So, for example, the height to width ratio or the angle of the aperture. With the test pieces and replicas from our experiment, we were able to determine how these numbers typically correspond to the tool morphology. So we can tell, for example, whether the tool used was sharper or blunter, whether it was more angular or smooth, and whether it was thinner or wider. Do note that the axes on the graphs here are not to scale, as the program just stretches the profile to fit a standard graph shape. As you can see on the pictures on the left, there is much more variation in height to width ratio between these engravings than is immediately apparent from the graphs. Another interesting thing to note is that the technique used appears to make little difference to the profile produced. As you can see here, the line made by carving with the point of a flint microblade is much shallower and less regular than the line produced by sawing with a long edge. However, the results from the cross-section analysis are very similar for both lines, apart from their absolute depth and width. So, by comparing the results from the cross-section analysis of original sinkers to our experimentally produced data, we can thus get an idea of the morphology of the tools used to engrave the original sinkers. We can then use this to further support and refine the crafting steps we constructed from our experiments. We have only analyzed 10 original sinkers in detail yet though, so we'll have to see if our results so far hold up in future. From the first step, shaping the preform, we have not found traces on the originals, but we also wouldn't expect to, as these would be removed by the next step. But we have found probable grinding traces and facets, as I mentioned before, confirming how these objects were shaped. Then the cross-section analysis so far agrees with our own observation that quartz tools work best for the furrows. We can't be sure that the tools used were really quartz, of course, but the numbers are quartz-like, so the tool would at least have been similar in shape to our quartz flakes. The side notches have produced similar numbers, indicating that the same or a similar type of tool was used on these as on the furrows. So not grinding, or at least not on the sinkers we have analyzed so far. Meanwhile, the numbers from the finer engravings are flint-like, as expected. Lastly, we have not identified traces from polishing, but also wouldn't expect to, as we weren't able to identify these on the experimentally produced objects either. And in addition to tentatively confirming the types of tool and techniques used, the 3D models analyzed so far also confirm that the furrow and side notches were usually made before any additional fine lines. Thus far, the highlights of our results. But before I wrap up, I do want to discuss some of the challenges and limitations of the study. Firstly, the shallower an engraving is, the less certain the results in terms of tool morphology. That said, based on the analyses of our experimentally produced engravings, we are talking less than 1 mm depth before things start to get problematic. Additionally, our study is a pilot study, and further research is needed to better understand the limitations and opportunities of this method. Lab-based experiments with stricter variable control, a larger sample size, and the expansion of the experiment to include more different types of tool and more varied kinds of soapstone would all be very helpful. That said, we have already started further testing our method. Recently, we have done some additional experimentation, including trying our best to make flint-like engravings with quartz flakes and vice versa. Happily, we have so far had no luck fooling the analysis. I will leave it here for today. If you want to know more, I of course strongly recommend you keep an eye out for our upcoming paper on this specific study. Or if you just want more general information about the sinkers, the chapter below gives a great overview. Thank you all very much for listening.
Okay, and then the
O Latam Fest está de cara nova. Agora você tem o poder de escolher. Latam.
It's the problem with using YouTube. But the final
Fest. Suas milhas, suas.
for the session comes from the Netherlands, so going from Brazil to Norway, now to the Netherlands. Lasse van den Diefenberg and his team will be talking about Recycle Your Neolithic Axe Experimental Approach to Recycling in the Vlardingen Culture.
Hello, welcome everyone. and thank you to the conference organizers for having me here today. I'm here also on behalf of my co-authors Diederik Pomstra and Annelou van Gijn, and today we'll present on the importance of recycling of flint axes in the Vlaardingen culture period based on a series of experiments that we have conducted. The experiments I'm presenting today have been conducted as part of the Putting Life into Late Neolithic Houses project. So today we'll start this presentation by introducing you to the project. After that I will introduce the archaeological background for this study, so that's the Vlaardingen culture period. Next I will present the research questions for this study. And after that I will discuss the setup for the experiments. Then I will present the results of the experiments. And finally I will discuss the archaeological implications of our study. In 2016, Leiden University, together with volunteers from the Archaeological Open Air Museum Massa Muda, reconstructed a Neolithic Vlaardingen culture house using only Stone Age technology. And this house building project provided a lot of new insights. But it also raised a lot of new questions, because after this project we were actually left with an empty house. We still knew very little about how such a house would have been furnished, or how people would have lived in these houses. Therefore this building project became the incentive for a new research project, and that's the Putting Life into Late Neolithic Houses project. And through experimental archaeology and detailed material analysis, we now try to gain new insights into the daily life in the Vlaardingen culture period. Now, in this project we also collaborate with the volunteers of Massa Muda, who are involved in many of our experiments. So in the bottom left you see, for example, the dugout experiment, in which we replicated a dugout with Stone Age tools. Now, I thought it would also be nice if I would briefly introduce myself and also my co-authors. So first of all, Annelou van Gijn, she's the PI of the project. She's also my supervisor for my PhD research, and she's a microware specialist. And within this project she analyzed the bone and antler tools. Now, Diederik Pomstra is an experienced craftsperson, and in this project he makes most of the replicated tools that we use, and he also supervises the experimental workshops with the volunteers in Massa Muda. Now, about myself, I'm a PhD candidate within the project, and my research focuses on object biographies of Vlaardingen culture flint. So I look at the provenance of flint, I study technology, I do use-wear analysis, but I also look at the recycling of objects, and that's the part I will be presenting on today. Now, the Putting Life into Late Neolithic Houses project is an NWO project with multiple partners, so that's what you can see here on the slide. So we work together with different universities, notably Leiden University and the University of York. We work with archaeological companies such as EAC, with governmental institutions such as the Dutch Cultural Heritage Agency, and also with artists like Kelvin Wilson. And EXARC is actually also one of our project partners, and they help us disseminating our research. So now I want to introduce you to the Vlaardingen culture. Now, the Vlaardingen culture is a Neolithic culture in the Western Netherlands, and their subsistence economy is characterized as a broad spectrum economy. So that means that in addition to crop cultivation and animal husbandry, they also heavily rely on the exploitation of wild resources. So we see that hunting, fishing and gathering also form important subsistence strategies in this period. Now, in terms of lithic technology, it can be noted that the Vlaardingen period is characterized by a simple ad hoc flaking technology. And this is supplemented with the import of mined flint, notably of flint axes, such as the ones you can see here in the picture. These axes, they come from flint mining areas in Belgium and Limburg. It's important to note that flint is not locally available in the Western Netherlands. The closest known flint sources are located about 70 kilometers from these Vlaardingen culture sites. And we often see that flint was imported from even further away, notably from these flint mines such as Spien and Rijkold. And these are located about 300 kilometers from these Vlaardingen culture sites. And because people had limited access to raw materials, we see that recycling played an important role in the technological system of the Vlaardingen culture. Especially flint axes were frequently recycled. It's been estimated up to 10 or even 20% of the flint on some of these Vlaardingen culture sites consists of recycled flint axes. So these axe fragments formed an important contribution to the lithic assemblages on these Vlaardingen culture sites. Axes were flaked, and these flakes were turned into a wide variety of tool types, such as scrapers, borers, strikelites, and also ad hoc sickles, as you can see in the drawing on the right. It's important to note that these X fragments and the tools made from these X fragments can be recognized because they have a remnant of the outer polished surface of these X's. This outer surface can be seen as a kind of artificially created cortex. So here in the photographs you see a flake core and a scraper borer combination tool, which both have such a polished facet. And this is something that made me wonder, because this polished facet is only present when we are dealing with the outside of the X. This is similar to cortex, which is only present when you're dealing with the outside of a flint nodule. Now you can imagine that it's also possible to strike off flakes from the inside of the X. If you take the flake core in the center here, if you strike a flake off from the front, removing the polished facet that you can still see now, you will be left with a flake core which doesn't have a polished surface anymore. If you would then continue to strike flakes from this flake core, those flakes will also not have a polished surface. That means that those flakes could not have been recognized as polished X's or X fragments. Now, this is something I wanted to explore further, and that's why I set up an experiment to test out to what extent the archaeological assemblies also consist of archaeologically invisible X fragments. So X fragments which do not have this polished outer surface. Now, for these experiments, Diederik Pomstra replicated 4 oval flint X's. Now, 3 of these were specifically made for the experiment, and 1 X was later added. This is an X that actually broke during the dugout experiment with the volunteers of Massa Muda. And this provided a highly realistic addition to the experiment, because we actually expected most of these recycled X's broke during use before being recycled. Now, for the experimental X's, we based the dimensions on known archaeological X's. Those are Buren X's as they were reported by Bakker. So that's what you can see here in the bar charts. Now, we decided to focus on slightly smaller examples because we expect that most of these recycled X's would have been heavily resharpened and reshaped prior to being recycled. And 2 of the X's were broken deliberately in halves to replicate an end shock fracture. So that's what you can see in the picture on the left. Now, these fractures are also observed on archaeological X's, and they occur when X's break during use. So this seemed to provide a realistic starting point for our experiments. Now, 1 of the X's was kept whole prior to flaking, and the 4th X is the one that broke during the dugout experiment in Massa Muda. And the fragments resulting from that break were used in the experiment. Now, the flaking experiments were conducted by Diederik Pomstra as part of a public demonstration in Massa Muda. And this is what you can see here in the picture on the right. The X's were flaked to produce a variety of flakes which could have been used as blanks for tools. And for these flakes we documented whether these fragments had the remnant of the outer polished surface of the X. So in the drawing you see 2 examples of X fragments which still had this outer polished surface. In this table the results of the experiments are presented, and the results were highly surprising, because it turned out that the majority of X fragments did not have a remnant of this outer polished surface. So this means that 59% of these X fragments could not have been recognized as X fragments, even though we know that in this experimental setting they all derive from recycled flint X's. Now, this was highly surprising because it means that we've greatly underestimated the importance of recycling of flint X's in the Vlaardingen culture period. Because the number of X fragments which is always reported for these sites actually only represents 41%, because those are the 41% of X fragments which you can still recognize based on this outer polished surface. So the majority of X fragments cannot be recognized as being part of X's. Our student assistant Tatjana Krombeen also analyzed the microdebitage from these experiments. And this demonstrated that the invisibility of X fragments actually increases with fragmentation. So for the 4 to 10 mm fraction, only 23% of the X fragments still had a remnant of the outer polished surface. And for the smallest fraction, so the 1 to 4 mm fraction, this was only 21%. And these experiments have significant implications for our understanding of the archaeological records. X fragments with a remnant of the polished outer surface of the X only represent an estimated 41% of the total number of X fragments at a site. So simply put, If you have a site with 100 flint artifacts, and if 41 of these have a remnant of the outer polished surface of the axe, it seems plausible that your entire lithic assemblage derives from flint axes, even though you can only recognize 41 of these lithic tools as axe fragments based on the polished surface. Now, based on these experiments, we can now provide a more realistic estimate for the contribution of recycled flint axes in lithic assemblages. And in the table, we now estimate that for several Vlaardingen culture sites, how much of these lithic assemblages derived from recycled flint axes. Hereby we account for the fact that axe fragments with a polished outer surface only represent 41% of the total number of axe fragments. Now, based on these calculations, we see that recycling was very important to some of these Vlaardingen culture sites. Sometimes up to 20 or even 40% of the lithic assemblages, as is the case with Hekelingen 3, consisted of recycled flint axes. That's much more than we previously assumed. And these results can also be used to interpret in what state flint was important to Vlaardingen culture sites. And in this table, this is something I've done for Hesbaye flint, so that's the most common flint type for flint axes in the Vlaardingen period. Again, we assume that the number of axe fragments with a polished outer surface only represents 41% of the total number of axe fragments. Now, based on these estimations, we see that on all of these sites, Hesbaye flint was predominantly imported in the form of flint axes, rather than as nodules. Now, this notion is also further corroborated by the fact that cortex is rather scarce on Hesbaye flint at these sites. To conclude, the importance of recycling on Vlaardingen culture sites has been greatly underestimated. About 59% of the axe fragments are archaeologically invisible because they lack this remnant of the outer polished surface of the axes. And this invisibility of axe fragments increases with fragmentation, and that's something that was clearly shown by the study of the microdebitage. Now, the experiments now allow us to better assess the importance of recycled flint axes on archaeological sites. And on some Vlaardingen culture sites, up to 20 or even 40% of the assemblages consisted of recycled flint axes. And lastly, we can also observe that some flint types, notably Hesbaye flint, were predominantly imported in the form of flint axes, rather than as flint nodules. Now, finally, I want to point out that this study has been published open access in lithic technology. So if you're interested, you can read more about it in detail in the original publication. Now, this study also led to this beautiful visualization, which is made by Kelvin Wilson. And here you can see someone recycling a broken flint axe. Now, it's also nice to note that the study was picked up by a Dutch newspaper, by the NRC. And finally, I want to point out that when you are dealing with recycled axes on your archaeological sites, that you need to be aware of these invisible fragments. Because the majority of axe fragments will be archaeologically invisible when you are dealing with recycled flint axes. So this is what I wanted to close off with. I want to thank my co-authors, Diederik Pomstra and Annelou van Gijn. And I also would like to thank the volunteers of Massamuda and the students who contributed to this project. Well, thank you for listening, and please let me know if you have any questions about this.
So we have our speakers live, and they will be, I think, switched to the big screen in a second. So if anybody has any questions, shortly. They're listening, though, I think, right? They can hear us? Yeah, good. So if anyone has any questions about those three talks, please feel free to share. Ah, there they are. Hello. Wait, look this way. Hello. So we have a few questions. Ooh. Yep. They're not listening yet. Oh, okay. Turn off.
Are you guys listening? Right.
Hello, hello.
Hi, I can hear you.
Yes, yes, I can hear. Tô escutando, galera.
I don't know if they can.
Problema.
I hope you can hear me okay. Yeah, I just heard myself on the stream, so I guess you can hear me. Right, so I got the question, how do we account for the grooves being worn down over time, as in being weathered? So that's one of the things that
You're good.
yeah, this is very confusing with the the connection, but I'm just gonna keep talking and hope this is working. Yeah, so this is one of the things that we initially marked out as a potential issue, but so far the results from the analysis of the 3D models of the original artifacts do show the kind of variation that we expect based on the experiments. As I said, it is a pilot study, so the method needs to be developed further, but it seems like the weathering isn't a huge issue because as an engraving wears down, the depth to width ratio doesn't necessarily change much, although the absolute depth does diminish. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there. There is more technical detail in the paper, which is freely available. But yeah, just to leave it here for now.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me? Well, no, I have not made any comparison with the archaeological material, but I'm really anticipating that moment that I put the leishmas on the microscope and can apply some of the knowledge I acquired during these experimentations. I really want to. I really want to. While I'm here, I would like to take this opportunity to say obrigado para todo mundo aí da organização do congresso. É grande momento para
I'd
a
like to
arqueologia
thank everyone
brasileira.
for the
It's a great
organizations.
moment for experimental archaeology in Brazil, and thank you everyone for organizing this congress. Obrigado, gente.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, the volunteers are part of the experimental team, but it depends on the kind of experiments we're doing. So for some experiments, you don't need that much experience, I think. But for this experiment, you would have, because this is indeed, yeah, to make an X, you would really need skills. And also, yeah, it takes a lot of time to make these X's. So also, we didn't want to just give an X to a volunteer to nap it. Because we thought if they would ruin it, it would have taken way too much time to make an experimental X. So for these experiments, we only worked with Diederik Pomstra, so he's an experienced craftsperson. But for some of the other experiments, we do work with the volunteers. So that's the case with the dugout experiment. Yeah, we see that during these experiments they learn, so they don't start out as expert craftspeople. So that's why also we had these broken X's in the dugout experiment. In the first few weeks of the experiment, a lot of X's broke. There were a lot of accidents, not with people, but with the tools. It was quite difficult, but they gain experience during the program. So that's kind of an interesting observation for us. So I hope that answers the question.
I have a question for Lasse. How often the X's break during usage? Have you seen multiple breaks during experimentation? Is a common occurrence, or is it hard? Is once in a while?
Well, yeah. So for the dugout experiment, they were quite common, but here we were working with a very hard oak tree and with inexperienced users. So then we thought, well, I don't think that was realistic how often those X's broke. And what we also saw towards the end of the experiments, then we didn't have any breakage anymore. So I think it just takes some time to get used to working with flint X's. But I think once people would know how to work with them, I don't think these X's break very often. So also Diederik, so he's the experienced person, his X's usually don't break. So it's not that common if you're experienced. But it takes some time, especially if you're used to work with metal X's. Yeah, you just need to alter the angle of your blow. You need to be maybe a bit more careful. But once you're used to that, I don't think your X's will break that often.
Thank you. Very nice.
Is this one working now? Maybe? Can the speakers hear me? No. No. Oh well. Well, typing was working okay. Does anyone have any other questions? Any final questions? No? Okay. Then I think we will stop there. I will type a little goodbye quickly to the speakers. Hang on. Okay. They might want to say thank you and goodbye. Okay. There we go. They're all waving. Okay. We will work this out hopefully for the next one. So yeah, we have some technical issues. We are now having a quick break. And we'll reconvene here at 5 p.m. So you have about 25 minutes to have a break.
Thank you, everyone. Muito obrigado a todos. Vai, Brasil.
I'm not sure where exactly the coffee is. No? Okay, we will find out, but if you sort of head out, we will have a minute. Oh, we're bringing it here. Oh, we're bringing it here. So sit, relax, you can get some fresh air if you want, and we will start the next session in 25 minutes. If you are not in the room, you need to get in the room. We will lock the doors in 5, 4. We need, Luther, good.
Bem-vindos de volta. Vamos
Welcome
recomeçar
back.
com a próxima sessão.
We will have our next session now.
Continuar no tema dos líticos.
We will continue on the lithics theme, and then in this next session we only have 2 presentations. We were supposed to have 3, but one person
Mas uma pessoa sumiu.
disappeared.
Uma pessoa não apareceu.
One person still no show.
Começar com a apresentação
And we will begin then with Rafael. So Rafael
Antunes Novaes de Carvalho.
Antunes Novaes de Carvalho,
Carlos Moreno, mais a palavra.
you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So as João mentioned, we are in Brazil, so I will speak Portuguese. I think it's fair with us, right? But the presentation is in English because I thought I would have to speak in English, but since they gave me this opportunity, I will speak Portuguese because I really like Portuguese. So yeah. Well, this is the work of my thesis. I had the guidance of João Carlos, and the title is in English, but I'll say it in Portuguese, which is Cutting Edge Experiment, Fracture Formation in Lithic Points from the Delpias site, RSLN1, using bow and arrow. Well, the primary purpose of my work was to come up with a reference collection, since there was none, about impacts with these lithic points using bow and arrow, which was the propulsion method that was most common to think about. And so this was the first alternative, but also the production of data, darts. But first we decided to do with a bow and arrow, simulating a hunting scenario. So we used this site, which is very known, Delpias, because it's one of the largest in terms of the number of artifacts. It's almost 1,600 points found by Eric Miller in 1969, and we have a good collection of pictures from these points, so we could get a really nice reference and try to have a previous analysis before we began replicating the artifacts. And the secondary objective was to come up with the first reference collection related these point fractures, projectile fractures in Brazil, to also help with traceology in Brazil, because it's still very much in the beginning. And here we have an image on the left with our experimental points that we replicated. João Carlos did all of them. And here on the right, we have an original point from the site. And we will see more of that from now on. So this is the site, Delpias. It's on rocks. It's located in the Serra do Umbu, close to Maquiné River. And as you can see, it's very spaced out, but many rocks fell and ended up closing a few layers. But it's a site that has more than 160,000 artifacts that were found in it. So it's very rich in diversity of artifacts. And so here we can see approximately where it is located, on the corner close to the coast. So to have this experiment of scenarios of hunting, we used certain materials that were, because of logistic matters and time, and also because of the difficulty that we have with experimental archaeology in Brazil. It's not very common, so we had to adapt a lot of the materials. And so unfortunately, and also on account of lack of experience on my part, we couldn't remake everything as we wanted based on all the replicas and all the materials that were found on the site. So we tried to buy analog materials to come up with this experiment. And this is the list of materials. So we used one Uvaya wood bow, already made by Jonathan, who's a friend of Juca. And it's a 114 centimeter bow. It's not very potent. When we were going to use these points, it would not have such a strong force in order to create fractures similar to more powerful bows. So we already knew this, that the fractures would not be the same. It would have less kinetic force. So we used eucalyptus wood shafts to make the points. We also used Dongola chicken feathers, which was more readily available from guinea fowl and duck. We wanted them to be similar, so we did not have a lot of difference of material. And our target was a pork rib section, precisely to try to simulate a scenario of hunting. And in the Dalpiaz site, we have pork, we have pig there, and this is a great reference of the local fauna and the reference of the fauna at the time. And we tied it, and we also used EVAs, which are those plates to try to simulate certain organic tissue. And so here we're able to see the bow. First we used a wood bow, the Uvaya wood, and second of all we used a more modern bow, but with low force as well, so that it would not bend like these competition bows. So it's mainly used for children and teenagers, according to what we have in the pages. And it was used, this bow, because of the constants, because there's a training that you need to have to be able to use the original bow arrow. Is not very used for you to have a precise target. So since the modern bow is easier to fire with a certain kinetic energy that's more standardized, and the target is more on point, then we ended up deciding to use this one. And here you can see a bit of how we produced these points, these arrows, with the points, and by tying them we opened something in the middle of each shaft, and we inserted the tip there, and then we tied it with straw on the first day. On the second day, because of the points, they were still a bit loose, and in the time of impact they absorbed part of the energy that harmed the situation a bit. So we decided to put certain materials to have a better fixation and to see this point, to be able to have more breakings when we got to the pork. And then you can see in the target, it's only part of the rib, and behind it we put our EVA, and between the EVA and the fat and the skin, we have the rib, but in the picture you can't see the bones, but there was a lot of bone in the middle to train this, to be able to test these parts with the breakage. And so we used two types of tips, the Polonio and a Garibaldiensis points, Garibaldi points, which are found on the site in different periods, and there's a transition between them. The Polonio points don't have such pronounced letters, whereas the Garibaldiensis have more well-defined letters, and since it's hard to get original materials and be able to replicate them, many of these tips, we were only able to use 9 in total, 4 from Apollonio and 5 from Garibaldiensis, to be able to produce this experiment, and then to be able to have a reference collection, macroscopic, for future comparisons. So you can see a bit of the process that Juca did. We got these materials precisely from Maquiné, from the Maquiné River, beside the site, and we got these cores and we tried to produce them, but this material that we got is not the best, so it was very easy to break and lots of points did not work, and it took a long of time. It retained a lot of energy. It required a lot of energy to do a resistance with the material, so we were able to have few tips, but we still got interesting results.
Here are the 9 tips used. On the top, the Polonio types. They're much smaller than the Garibaldiensis type. The Garibaldiensis are usually around 4 or 5 centimeters larger. Their material also isn't as homogeneous as the Garibaldiensis type, but these are the tips. And to do the experiment, it's very important in these cases to control variables. As there are a few tips that we had to use, we had to try and standardize certain variables so that we could at least have a result that was somewhat representable. So in the control, we could standardize the materials of each arrowhead, same type of bow, weight, length of most bows, the morphology and technology of each tip, the distance from the target during the shots, the potential strength of the bow. It couldn't go beyond a certain cinetic value, the density of the material of the target, and the maximum number of shots that we would use per arrowhead. And the things that weren't under our control was that we couldn't test in a closed environment. So the wind was a factor. It winds a lot in Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. The kinetic energy of each impact, because we were shooting bows and we were not very skillful in firing these bows. We are not hunters, so each shot would come out with different energy, and that would also impact the type of fracture that could occur in the impact. So that would affect the precision of each shot and the angle of impact and the angle of incidence as well. Here we have some pictures of the day of the experiment. So we tied the target in a way to make it easier to hit. Of course, the pig would not be flying at this height, but it was just so that we had a higher hit rate. We put it a bit above or higher. And this shot was, if I was not mistaken, the upper one. I think it's from 5 meters, this upper picture. And you can see the target in the corner. This is how we recorded some of the successful hits. You can see the arrow penetrated quite well. At least the fat and the initial layer of meat. Some shots were able to go through the bone, but most of them would go into the flesh and it wouldn't reach the bone because the strength of the impact or caused by the bow wasn't that as strong as maybe a more powerful bow could do. Here are another few shots that didn't hit the target, but also produced some interesting results, especially when they would hit the tree, which caused some interesting hypotheses, because when we hit the trees, there would be breakages, especially on the corner, and you can see on the right that we recorded right after the impact. There is a break with some chipping in the ventral portion of the tip. Here is a bit of enlargement of this breakage. We can see when it hit the tree, we can see it closer. This is one of the nicer looking, almost where you can see with more detail that we obtained in the results, and these were the breakages that happened usually when it impacted the tree and not the target, which is the pig. Here is what I did to collect, how I proceeded to collect the information of each shot. So we would record the shots, what each shot hit, if it would break during that shot, for some comparisons between the arrowheads and their different impacts. So a quick overview of the results. So only one tip broke when hitting the bone. The other 3 breakages occurred when hitting the trunk of the tree. So it's quite hard to break the tips on the animal target, and only a total of 8 microfractures were produced, and one of the tips had half of these macrofractures, which was on top, and below there were fractures, another type of chipping. And some replicas were able to record these fractures. Most of them we fired several times at the target, and they didn't break until it reached a certain resistance during hunt. Of course, the target isn't moving, which would cause it to break, for example, if it was embedded amongst the ribs, which would be a major factor. But at least during the initial impact, most arrows did not break. Of course, there is also the bow power issue, which was low. So the experiment allowed us to observe a few variables, some interesting variables about each type of shot, about the tying methods used, and the construction of each type of arrow, so that afterwards we can produce other hypotheses for other experiments. So it was possible, even though this experiment was small, we were able to obtain interesting data for the formulation of hypotheses, and to use this as a small initial collection reference for other similar tips with the same type or other type, or with similar technology, or maybe others that aren't so similar but could be comparable. Here was one of the examples of the reference collection. I put the tip before the breakage, before it was used, and from that where each breakage happens. So you can see the first tip, which is tip 1. There were 4 fractures, and then I break down the fractures. I sort of provide some more detail, and also based on a categorization from Kupin Hots from 2017, we adapted it a bit, the form of categorization, and we're able to reclassify the types of fracture that happened on each tip. On the right we can see another top fracture with chipping, and this was the most common type of event amongst most of the tips. And like I said, 50% of the fractures were apex breakages. 3 of them were caused by hitting the tree, and 3 of the 4 breakages have an abrupt termination, and 2 of them are followed by some chipping or flaking, as we can see on the left, and the other 2 are just apex breakages. So, in conclusion, it was an interesting It was a potentially interesting result for the experiment, even though we didn't have any references here in Brazil on arrowhead experimental archaeology as projectiles, and it was that we were able to demonstrate that there is some difficulty in doing this in Brazil due to the obtainment of the materials, logistics, and the funding that we have available, but we are able to adapt all these issues to produce interesting results. And with time and dedication, we can make this subject grow and obtain more and more meaningful results over time. So this reference collection, even though it is not quantitatively very valid due to the low sample size, the quality of each image, so the qualitative issue of each fracture is quite interesting to be used as the beginning of a comparison between archaeological tips and see if that breakdown was due to projectile use or post-deposit, or if it was used as another type of tool. This study, even though it's minimal, it can be an interesting starting point for references. And the methodology, the methodological contribution, as we use this combination of EVA and pig's meat, there were some interesting views, it allowed some interesting hypotheses for interpreting some hunting results in regards to these lithic tips. And I think that's it. Right now I'm not thinking of continuing this study, but I hope that I'm going to publish some articles on it, and I hope that it can help in the future the growth of this discipline, which is something needed here in the country, and we hope this reference collection can help other studies based on these issues, especially with the Dalpias tips. And I think it can hope and encourage experimental archaeology in Brazil as a whole. So that's it. Thank you. The next presentation I'm going to call Low Iger. Are you Low Iger? Lou. Luye. Luye. Hello, I'm sorry. I'm going to speak in English because my Portuguese isn't so good for presentations, but afterwards we can talk and converse in Portuguese. Hoje eu vou apresentar.
Better? Huh? Is better? Sorry. So I will be presenting my research that takes place in the state of Santa Catarina and Rio Grande do Sul, an area that is increasingly central to our understanding of early human settlement in South America. This work was part of my master project under the supervision of Antoine Lourdeau, Anthony Borrell, and with contribution of Amélie Dacosta, Julia Cabanes, and the Poparu project team, led by Miriam Carbonera and Marcos Pereira Santos. In the recent decades, numerous early sites dating to the Pleistocene-Holocene transition have been discovered in the Rio de la Plata basin, suggesting that major river systems like the Uruguay River facilitate rapid exploration and occupation. traditionally associated with the Umbu tradition, characterized by small bifacial points, recent findings now point to a more diverse and regionally variable picture. In the Foz do Chapecó area, for instance, bifacial points are rare, and instead we observe a wide variability of lithic production. Much of this research only began in the 2000s with the construction of a hydroelectric dam. And the Poparu project recently uncovered two new early sites, Uruguay 1 and Linha Policial 7, that challenged the Umbu models, revealing large bifacial tools, blade production, and minimal projectile points. At Uruguay 1, the focus of this study, 6 archaeological levels were identified. The level 40 that I studied for my master dated between 10,500 and 9,500 core BP and provided a rich assemblage analyzed for its lithic production and useware analysis. While this presentation focuses on useware analysis, I'll start with a brief overview of the technological findings. A wide variety of raw materials was used, such as sandstone, basalt, quartz, chalcedony, and silex. Two main flaking strategies were observed for sandstone and flint. First, an off-site production that used unidirectional systems that are then brought to the site for retouching or as blank for the production of bifacial points. We also have an in-situ flaking debitage, which yielded numerous refits, but we don't fully understand the objective of this production. Blade production is also a key feature of the assemblage and aligns with broader regional tradition in the region of Foz do Chapecó. These blades were either used in their raw state or retouched. A notable find in sandstone was a large bifacial tool shaped using both hard and soft percussion. And finally, chalcedony and quartz reduction included both unipolar and bipolar on anvil technique reduction, often alternating. And in chalcedony, we observed a selection of elongated fragments that we referred with a colleague as agulla type. And finally, the quartz assemblage, other than bipolar fragments, includes also bladelets and retouched tools on bipolar fragments and flakes. This assemblage exhibits a remarkable diversity of production strategies, and it's important to emphasize that this belongs to only one assemblage, one layer, and one population that was producing all of these diverse tools at a specific moment. This technological observation raised several functional questions. It's a little animation. So the first one is, can functional distinction be identified among the different types of retouch tools, such as denticulate and ogival forms? We also have a question that concerns blade, such as can it reveal specific functional patterns or uses? And finally, do the small chalcedony and quartz artifacts, whose function remain unclear, reflect deliberate selection, and were they possibly used in their unmodified state? To better interpret the archaeological useware traces, we conducted experimental studies using local raw materials from the Foz do Chapecó area to start a primary reference collection on ultra-local material. This was first started by Amélie da Costa in 2022, and the rest of experiments were conducted by me and my colleagues in Hungary in an experimental archaeological program. Despite slight differences in protocol, both followed a shared methodology, which is a systematic macro and microscopic observation of the flakes before and after use, and each experiment recorded the task performed, the duration, the number of strokes, and any sign of wound or damage on the tool that would make it inefficient. After use, tools were thoroughly cleaned in an ultrasonic bath to prepare them for analysis. Microscopic analysis was conducting using various systems depending on lab availability, including the IROX digital microscope in the Musée de l'Homme in Paris, and in Budapest we used a Zeiss axioscope, a SEM, and a Lex confocal microscope. The latter provided crucial high-resolution 3D surface data for texture analysis. Surface texture analysis, a central focus of our study, offers a quantitative approach to identifying useware and may help to reduce the inter-observer variability by analyzing the topography of the useware traces. This method distinguishes between surface components such as form, which is the overall shape of the object, waviness, which is usually linked to the raw material or the production phase, and finally the roughness and micro-roughness, which is the scale that hold the alteration due to the use. This can be measured using geometric parameters like SA and SQ that you have an example here, though applying a multi-scale approach is essential as different wear types manifest at different scales. To perform this analysis, surface treatment is required to a software. I won't go into detail here because it takes a really long time, but the overall workflow is summarized in this visual that I created with the Mountains Map software that is used for this type of analysis. And with this methodological framework in place, I will now turn to the main result of the functional analysis. For the chalcedony, experiments were conducted exclusively on plant materials. And among these activities involving capim and wood, those two materials produce comparable useware traces. Both resulted in a dense domed polish. The polish formed by capim used is smooth and developed only on the highest topographic point of the surface and is characterized by very fine striation. And in contrast, the polish resulting from useware is more compact and rougher in texture and restricted to the extreme edge of the flake. Although the use duration for cassava or mandioca, I think it's better in Portuguese, processing was brief, it resulted in a strikingly shiny polish, and this polish does not appear to significantly alter or smooth the microtopography, but more sits atop like a residue, even though it's not a residue, because we washed it multiple times and it's still there after multiple washes. Moving to the sandstone artifacts used on plant materials, we observe substantial variability between the plants used. For example, pieces that worked with develop a dense, smooth, and domed polish. In contrast, those used on capim, also a non-woody plant, produce similar polish but way less developed, and despite identical use duration. Striations were also observed in several locations, and these differences likely result from the silica content of the plant, which is known to alter and help the polish formation. Woody plants such as wood and Vasurinia produce localized compact polishes and important scarring. These were also domed but less pronounced in comparison to those formed on non-woody plants. Particularly distinctive traces were observed on the pieces that used tubers. This produced a highly reflective, shiny polish that, like on chalcedony, appears to sit atop more than alter the surface. Again, despite this appearance, it's not a residue as it remained after repeating cleaning. We also distinguish traces on mandioca and inyam, even though for the same duration we see that on inyam it is way more developed, and again it is probably due to the silica content of those tubers. Finally, on animal materials, fresh bone produced well-developed flat polishes with a heterogeneous texture, fine striation, and important scarring. Dry bone generated similar polish but significantly less developed, and skin processing resulted in a shiny polish with a greasy appearance. regarding the quantitative analysis, several preliminary statistical tests were conducted and produced promising results, successfully distinguishing different work materials, as you can see in those graphs that I can explain later if you want. But however, when all the surface texture parameters were included in a PCA, a high degree of overlap between material types was observed, which is my horrible for me right now. And that is limiting the interpretative frame of this result. And for now, we did not apply it to the archaeological collection, but we're working on various solutions, such as adjusting cutoff value that is set manually to distinguish waviness and micro roughness, but also optimizing parameters by only selecting the most relevant. However, this is really time consuming, and it remains possible that this method may not be suitable for heterogeneous materials such as sandstone and chalcedony. Turning now to the archaeological results, you'll notice that most of the observed used wear traces on sandstone exhibit a pitted surface texture, and based on our interpretation, it is not due to used wear, but more to a post-depositional alteration, potentially due to the acidity of the sediment at the site. As mentioned earlier, the first category of archaeological material analyzed include retouch tools. The ogival-shaped blade tools exhibit functional variability. The first example shows used wear traces on only one edge, with a smooth transition between used and unused area. Although retouched, significant scarring was observed on unretouched portions. And the polish is well developed and compact, though relatively flat, with a heterogeneous texture that is reminiscent of traces left by working hard materials, such as bones. Okay, fine. However, due to the absence of striation that we observed on experiments, I'm not sure of this interpretation. And the second one that you can see presents a polish that is way more domed and smoother. That makes me think that it looks more like vegetal use. And the shape that you can observe for now it's still an hypothesis, but could be similar to, for example, what we see in meat cutting knife that nowadays, with a point and an edge, with the point that helps the exit of the tool of the matter. Please. A single denticulate tool in the assemblage presented used wear traces, and on the two color images here you can see a shiny greasy polish that can be observed, and that is similar to what we saw on skin experiments. On the grayscale laser intensity image, a compact and heterogeneous polish is visible, and notably both the retouched and unretouched side were used, with substantial scarring on the unretouched side. The combination of these traces may suggest use in butchery-related activities, potentially involving both skin and bone. However, due to the limited development of the traces, no firm conclusion can be drawn from this. Blades constitute the most functional homogeneous category within the study. All three blades analyzed show extensive used wear concentrated along one edge, that is longitudinal. The ventral face displays a well-developed, smooth dome polish with minimal scarring, while the dorsal face shows significant scarring that overprints the polish that you can see that are highlighted in red. I don't know if you can see it really well here. And this is characteristic of an action of scraping, where the one face remains in contact for a really long time and develop a really well-developed polish, where the other face is like really damaged from the tearing action of the tool. And we can see that this type of polish is really similar to the reed experiment that we did. However, reed is not native to America, not at all, but we can extend an hypothesis on a highly highly component silica plant that is non-woody, such as bamboo. We have to try experiments to compare it. Of the 11 Aguya type fragments analyzed, only 5 yielded interpretable use-wear traces. The two shown here both exhibit traces on a single edge. The first displays a compact, smooth polish limited to the very edge with visible striation. And the second one, although the traces are less developed, present a smooth polish on the highest topographic points. Both polishes resemble those observed of tools working vegetal, such as wood for the first one, and possibly non-woody plant for the second one, supporting the hypothesis of a use on vegetal. Two other fragments shown on the left here appear to have been used exclusively at their tip. The first exhibit a flat, rough polish with striation, not covered by our experimental range, but possibly indicative of hard material processing. The third fragment shows on this slide shows wear both at the tip and laterally. It, along with the central piece, presents a shiny polish that seems to sit on top of the surface, a feature previously observed on tools used with mandioca. However, mandioca had not been yet introduced from Amazonia in this region in the south of Brazil, and suggesting that these tools may be used on another type of tubers. Lastly, two quartz tools were analyzed based on previously published use-wear references collection, as no quartz were included in our experiments. The first is a bladelet with heavy scarring along both edges and especially at the distal end. The centripetal directions of the scar may indicate a rotary motion, although no further elements allowed a more precise interpretation, like polishes, for example. The second tool is a retouched bipolar fragment that exhibit extensive fracturing and abrasive wear at the area where it was retouched, and that is characteristic of work on hard materials such as antler, bone, or wood. In conclusion, our analysis reveals both inter- and intra-category functional variability among the retouched tools. However, the blades stand out as particularly standardized category, both in terms of the production and the material worked. They exhibit intensive use and consistent structural organization, with one straight edge dedicated to activity and the opposite edge likely used for handling or hafting. Among the small Chalcedony artifacts, a diversity of functions is suggesting, yet two recurrent morphological configurations were observed, hinting at some degree of preference in their use. On a methodological level, our ongoing objective is to better understand how surface texture parameters are computed and on heterogeneous raw materials, and to optimize the approach by refining parameters and area selection, and also exploring multi-scale filtering strategies. Finally, this result opened several promising research perspectives. They resonate with recent studies highlighting blade production across South and South America, an area where comparative analysis of production technique and use-wear would give valuable insights. And the findings related to small Chalcedony and quartz artifacts also call for a renewed focus on these long overlooked productions, despite their persistence across Brazil over extended chronological periods, an issue that will be my upcoming PhD-based research. And here you have a non-exhaustive list of references. And thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the organizer for hosting this conference. And that's it. Obrigada.
Thank you. So now we have a small time for questions and answers. So first, do we have questions from the audience here? Temos perguntas das pessoas aqui, né? Eu já comecei em inglês, né? Falei que eu falei em português brasileiro. Perguntas aqui da sala, pessoal? Do we have questions from...
for José Lucas, about the
Para José Lucas sobre
comparison with the same kinds of experiments done in other parts of the world. Do you see similarities in the sort of the what have they said here? The method. So I'll read it out. They said, do you see any comparison in the results with the results of similar studies conducted in other parts of the world that look at projectile technology?
So that's for Rafael.
Yes, I see a lot of comparisons between different parts of the world, especially with similar kind of materials, but most of the research, principal Europe, are made with fine materials, and here our materials are not that fine-grained, so most of the breakages are similar, but since our material like arenito, silicified sandstone are more not so as fine-grained, the flakes are not similar at all, but the breakages on the apex are very similar, but the other kinds of fractures besides the breaks are not that similar, so I see a pattern here in Brazil about the flakes, especially with the flakes that follows the breakages, but in other parts of the world where there are lots of experience with obsidian and silex, flint, the patterns of scarring or the flaking resulted by the impact are kind of different. Only the apex breakages are kind of similar, because all the points have fine little points that will break in the same way when impacted.
Obrigado, Rafael.
Thank you, Rafael.
When you experimented, did you when the breakage on the error points, were they happening like after the first first throw, or like would they need multiple throw to break?
That's very dependent on where the shot hit. The shots that hit the tree break in the first impact, but there were shots that we did. There were points that we did around 20 shots in the carcass, in the meat, in the pork, and did not had a single break or a single scar. But when hit a bone directly or a tree, it breaks instantly. So it's really depend on the material and the density of the material that hit it. That's it.
As pessoas que estão no online não vão ouvir.
Muito bom trabalho, Rafael, parabéns.
Great work, Rafael, congratulations. You talked about the Dalvaia wood for the bow, and I'm curious what other wood could be used, if you thought about something, or if there's any records or information about what would be the proper bow for the wood for the bow.
Fala em português. Então,
na verdade, como a gente não tem as we don't have any
arqueológico de arco,
archaeological bow records, as these arrowheads are 5,000, 6,000 years old. So we don't have a reference bow, but we have some wood that Miller classified, and Alvaia was one of them. So we can do an ethnological comparison with other indigenous tribes that use bows currently, but as I didn't produce the bow, because I don't have that skill set, we bought what was available and closest, and as close as what we could tell was useful. Jonathan is Juca's friend who's produced bows for a long time. So we went after what was possible to buy, more than something that seemed more analogous to what you would find on the site. So as John Vallo had a certain skill in producing these bows, that's what we decided for. There's actually a bigger bow that we tried, but it broke when it was delivered, so it wasn't possible. It was a more powerful bow. We ended up using this Uvaya bow. But it's important in the future to test, for future experiments, to test other types of bows and wood with different kinetic energy potential to see if the results change or remain. There are many variables that we could try and test and see what the variables would result in. That's it. 9,000 years. It's 9,000 years. So, people, for today, that's it. We've reached the end of our time. I'd like to thank the interpretation people. Thank you very much. The people up there who are helping us with the transmissions as well, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow, we'll start again at 9 with the workshops. But the good news is that the materials you received in the registration will be available tomorrow morning. So arrive earlier during registration to pick up your material, okay? So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Folks, before you leave, please meet me to sign the registration. And if something's missing, I'll be available if you need to talk. Thank you very much. Have a good rest.